interesting to do.
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Lady... these two over here are the ones that made it possible. You bet! That was...
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun. So, you were saying, the little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human, and sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script. But the deadline's passed, and we still haven't heard from him. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina...
What opportunity?
Maybe you're on...
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us...
I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues. But one by one, all the obstacles are...
Makes sense. Okay, priority number one. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago.
Yeah, maybe I could use some... Poisson? Nothing. I suppose my presence... So, allons-y.
Poisson!
If I remember correctly, this is where he stayed.
Who is it?
It's me.
You came all the way here.
Alright. Forget that.
Nice try. Look, just give...
Okay then.
So, as expected, he...
The ending is one of the most important, even once he's done. It isn't final.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken
I was...
So, you're here for Palo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds Get over here, you!
How are things in Poisson now?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear.
Please, must our conversations take... We all have painful memories. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps...
Thank you for your words of comfort. But for now, at least.
It's okay. These things... Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not to avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to...
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a... I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with. So maybe she's right. You're the... I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfect, it's always easiest to just run away from your problems.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah, I'd be lying. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying, I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they... I guess I wasn't quite ready for this after all.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the thing.
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there. I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this
We don't mind.
Great. Well, I appreciate... I don't know whether you can tell, but... As I stand here by the ship, I can't one after another. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder, and eventually, I realized, fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to that. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, but on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have...
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. I had to keep all my feelings, all my That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good.
So that's where you were coming from.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I do. I want at least the... All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's...
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Ros... Anyway, my character doesn't need to be...
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you
Oh no. We're back! Could you maybe put your different...
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to...
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard...
Me?
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Ocean.
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines, too. Like when he... If you become human...
Wait, that sounds kind of...
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage. It was like that until the director found me one day. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act.
She sounds like a really...
She really was. She gave everything she had. I was a lost child, too, when she found me. As the child of a murderer. My parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point. Thought the whole world was out to get me.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Farina.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of her family. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to...
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to
Save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as possible. What about if...
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me, and perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death. Both arbitrary. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the... We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time because... Well, speaking of...
What?
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more... I did tell her how I felt once. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for... I said, maybe one day in the future, whenever... Well, maybe then she could... And now... So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by Aureli.
In that case, you have to straighten things out. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But, for the sake of our final performance... Funny you should ask, though. You really do get...
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y! Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
selfie. Are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
Ugh, as if this journey wasn't tough.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the travel. Wait.
We're just curious, that's all.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium.
Precisely. And as much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
Hey, lay off, all right? I'm sorry.
Aw, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my eyes.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lift.
Don't worry, piece of This place really looks... Grow!
Let's get the show on the road! Now disappear! Here comes the finale! And voila!
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Vilma!
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what?
I can explain. We've been rounding up.
So, you think knowing the truth about the direct... I care just as much. If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Vilma, avoiding the... Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie...
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. But now, I've made up my... The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway,
one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came. The drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, the merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that but things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? Stupid!
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered. She was the love of my life. And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show. How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now? I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life so I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters, to shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her, and that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After every...
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care. What are you laughing at?
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, if she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she...
Really? But she sounded like...
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victim. If you could find anything that Aurelie left behind...
You really think that's...
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on Aurelie's true feeling?
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news.
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite still, since you were the ones who discovered it.
So, this is all Aurelie left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person, and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too!
Let me take a look. Aha! It looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving...
How many
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down. Wait, it cuts... Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for you.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar. If you become human...
Isn't that the most important line in the...
Because I am an older sister.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision. Even, I'm sure this is what the troupe would... She had their utmost trust, admiration. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thoughts.
She deserves a...
Even in the last moments of her life.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance, to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role, pouring all your emotion into your performance. And aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world? I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Farina. And thank you for supporting us through all this.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details of the ending and get it nailed down once and for all.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh?
A role commemorating her life should be associated with her name.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine?
No, that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Neuvillette. I know just where to find him. at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, traveler.
I would like to book the opera at the...
I understand. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your...
Huh? What do you mean?
Yes. And this is...
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you...
Well, if the little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are... The experiences and decisions of the protagonist, Cleo, are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow...
Haven't I already made myself clear? Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of... This experience is a... I must...
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome.
Yeah.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The opera at the Clés is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity. But a touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, now, let's work.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiumali and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Oh, communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never...
Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all.
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Miss Farina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's parts by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion?
It's her pure heart, despite all.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
Is she here yet?
Must it get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now? She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of... Gotta say, though...
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognized me. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself. Even if I had no... Still, it felt good to be...
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey! That's not what we agreed on!
Oh! So she's back?
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by...
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. After all, it's been...
Yes, I know the rule, but...
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's...
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about... Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly...
Oh! I've got no idea what... I'll bet the audience has never seen such a real...
Wait, what about Dolphy?
Oh, let's go check on her.
Yes. Plus, she'll... If nothing else, we can safely...
you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of...
How did the performance go? Was it a success?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic!
That's wonderful. So sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and tough it out to begin with.
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance.
Well, one way or I've had bad luck ever since I was born.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past...
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the...
Aw, you two...
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop...
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is... You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupe.
No, we...
Yeah, it's what...
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe after watching Miss Farina's performance.
You should do it. It suits you.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. What about you, Miss Farina?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps I'm not as averse to a return to the stage as maybe Nervilette was. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the truth. But from now on, I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and remembered long into the future. I'm sure this is what captivated director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from... The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover...
If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
Now disappear! Hup, hip. Hup. Hip. Hup. 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 Tja.
We're back. You were gone for an awfully long time.
There's nothing to worry about.
Sorry, Chiori. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble.
What are you talking about? You didn't do anything wrong. The next time you need to leave the city, call the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. They'll escort you half of the way, and the Spina di Rusula can take the second half. With that sort of escort, the next time you make a delivery, those treasure hoarders won't go anywhere near your goods. Unless, of course, it's to offer to carry them for you.
Good one, Chiori.
I'm being serious. You know me. If I bring something up, you can assume it's already a done deal. You're going back to Inazuma tomorrow, right?
Wait, you don't mean...
I've already spoken to the captain of the Special Patrol. As discussed, the patrol's going to take a small detour during their daily training tomorrow. As for Navia, I'll give her a heads up in a bit.
There's really no need. I'm just a simple courier. I don't need to be surrounded by a bunch of armed guards. Or ones with sunglasses, for that matter. Don't you think this is a bit much?
Well, you certainly shouldn't count on such a procession for every trip you make to Fontaine. It's just a one-off thing. For my own peace of mind. It'll also show those guys what'll happen to those who dare to mess with my friends.
Well, if you think it's a good idea...
Well, with the bad guys out of the way and your goods safely delivered, everything...
I believe so. I'll try to churn out a few more out...
Paimon's gonna take a guess and say supply...
But of course. They supply us designers with funding, equipment, factory access. You have to work with them if you want to become a truly renowned That's also why this year's Fashion Week is so important to me.
But isn't your brand already really famous, Chiori? Your clothes are so pretty and so nice to wear. I can't help but brag about them.
Even so, I would imagine there are still people who've never heard of the Chiori brand, yes?
Well... I mean, with the amount of places that I deliver to...
Then it's still not famous enough. My goal is...
All of it? Your business would have to get pretty.
Wait, would that mean I could just go to any Chiori branch on the continent to get my clothes fixed? It has been pretty inconvenient having to come...
Alternatively, of course, you could just be a bit more careful with them. They're already about as durable as I can make them.
Okay, I'll admit, they do get snagged on branches pretty often. But I can't help it. It's hard to be careful about that sort of thing when you're trying to take an...
Well, if that's your dream, Chiori, then we should do our... Oh, what is it?
Why don't you come to my shop tomorrow and model for me?
Oh, so we get to try it.
Seeing them off the rack will also give me the chance to make some small adjustments to the stitching and the silhouette of the designs.
Sounds easy enough.
No need. We've already booked the model. If you like them, though, feel free to visit the boutique and see if anything catches your eye.
Ooh, sounds great! Primo is...
Then we have a deal. You'll model some formal...
Yep, sounds good. Wait. It's close.
Coming up, my husband promised to give me a replica of the most eye-catching outfit from the show.
You're here early. I haven't even opened the shop yet.
Wait, has Kirara left already?
Yep, with the special patrol.
Did everything go all right on...
I believe so. The patrol makes for quite the entourage. The way they marched forward with Kirara in the center, you'd think she was some sort of VIP. For the second leg, the Spina also came with a pretty large group, led by Navi. They took care to clear the path beforehand as well. Kirara won't so much as step on a single stray rock on her journey. I even heard that Navia decided out of the blue to make a batch of macarons as a going-away gift for Kirara. An excellent souvenir to remember.
Sounds like Navia really...
My thoughts exactly. She even lamented the fact that she didn't have time to prepare something even fancier. I'm pretty sure she can't wait for another escort opportunity to come her way.
You know, now that you mention Navia, Paimon thinks the two of you are actually pretty similar. You say what you mean, and when you have an idea, you really...
I suppose that's why we're such good friends. Navia has a certain resilience about it. That same spirit is the true vision of my brand.
It's like finding the perfect brand.
Indeed. Customer...
Huh. And here Paimon thought all that mattered was for...
Fashion is about more than just looks, my dear.
Oh yeah. Come on, let's get them...
Indeed. Give me a moment while I go retrieve some fabrics and sample outfits. Why don't you...
Set them up.
Just carefully organize the ready-to-wear clothes with an eye toward their types and styles. This way, we can guarantee that the customer...
Whoa, there sure is a lot that goes in...
Well then, I'll leave the displays to you.
So, we just need to put all the clothes with similar styles together, right?
Not bad. You might just have an eye for design. Anyway, over here, stand still. I'll take your measurements first.
Excuse me, Miss Chiori.
Oh, good morning, Leanne. How have you been? Your gown will be ready next week, so there's no need to worry about missing the ball.
Oh, no, nothing like... but you can keep the deposit, of course. I know you can't return any material.
Don't worry about the materials. I'm more concerned... It's all right. I'm not trying to make things difficult.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it. Just let me know if there's any...
Is it just Paimon, or was she acting a bit strange?
It's not a big deal. These things happen every... A family emergency, an important payday falling through, a lover's quarrel, no one to take you to the ball. Judging from the look on her face, something's keeping her.
Well, guess this means you'll have more time to...
That's true. Come.
Is Miss Chiori in?
I am. How can I help you?
I'd like to
Oh.
It's just, not to my liking.
Is there something about it that didn't meet your expectations?
No need. You don't have to concern yourself.
And I'd be happy to process that.
Is Chiori here? I'd like to...
Another one?
Is there some sort of new calamity coming that I haven't heard about? Another flood? Or an apocalypse, maybe? What does the prophecy say? Surely the entire population of Fontaine didn't
What kind of rags are you trying to sell us, huh? The way I see it, this shop is... Please calm down, sir.
What?
Haven't you heard? Chiori Boutique has been exposed.
And just who is it that dares to throw that accusation?
Well, you tell us. The fabrics you've got here, they're all sourced from underground.
I've been transparent about my materials from the very beginning. I've already proved there's nothing wrong. If a little hearsay and baseless slander are enough to convince you, then by all means, go ahead and hand over your garments right now. Spare yourself from that flood of your...
You...
Elof! Miss Chiori? Go outside and help these customers with their return requests. There's... And once you're done, put up the sign that's... Got it.
Chiori...
They couldn't be more fabricated if you tried. No need to worry about them. The real goal here is to divert my attention away from Fashion Week. The best response right now is to tune it out and focus.
If you say so, but...
The best way to respond to public skepticism is to let your work...
Miss Chiori, bad news!
Oh, for the love of...
It's our accessories supplier. They just sent word that they'll no longer...
What? No access...
Yes, that's what they're
And what about the model?
I think they'll...
Even the suppliers?
Is the messenger still...
No, they've already left.
So, no accessories means no brooches, no...
Not just that. It means no gems, ribbons, gold thread, all the elements that let...
But if you take those away, does that mean you won't be...
Elof, you stay and watch the shop. I'll go talk to the supplier myself.
Yeah, and we can...
Thank you. In that case...
By the way, we really are just going to talk, right?
Of course. I wouldn't do anything to one of my business partners, especially...
Who is it?
Venger, we've worked together all these years. The least you...
Street.
And when has following convention ever gotten me anywhere? Why hire a I don't like to waste my time on baseless lies and speculation.
You're right. I only subscribe to the Steambird. And most days...
So, these rumors...
No, not at all. They were...
Well then, there you go. Those sort of headlines become old news faster than you can read them. Surely a bit of tabloid drama isn't worth cutting off.
You would think someone paid off the tabloids to publish the same article at once. They even went so far as to leave a copy in front of every house.
Every house? That means someone must have been planning this for a very long time.
It seems your rival really pulled out all the stops this time, Shiori. The article was even published alongside a photo of you.
What sort?
A photo of...
Yesterday?
Here, I've got a copy. See for yourselves.
it's
I don't know what happened, and I don't want to comment on things that I didn't see with my own eyes. Still,
Yeah, he was the one who's...
I appreciate you standing up for me, Paimon.
that's right. The court of public opinion has already made up its mind. Still, I've got to give your rival high marks for effort. They even dug up the fact that my father once served time.
But that was so long ago.
In the world of fashion, your past is like a piece of clothing stained with mud. They claim that most of your clientele are criminals and that those who buy your clothes are just like you. People who silence all...
The absurdity. I don't even know which...
Well, maybe your clientele are criminals. Maybe they're not. There's even the possibility that they're just people who happen to commit crimes after buying. But with the way this article combines fact with rumor, trying to determine the truth is...
Venger, are you sure you won't reconsider? If we go through with the show together, we can defeat them.
But I'm no longer that brave young man with nothing to lose. I'd be perfectly happy to work with you again after this. But my daughter is manning the store during Fashion Week, and I don't want her implicated in all of this. She doesn't deserve to be swarmed by... Let me offer you a piece of advice, Chiori. For old time's sake.
You're free to wait things out, Venger. I'll make my...
Have you ever thought maybe...
Have you ever thought maybe this attitude of mine is precisely what paved the way...
Fair enough. Then, I suppose all there's left to say is... best of luck. As for the models... none of them wanted to be implicated in all of this either.
Understood. Take it.
So,
Without the accessories, I can no longer...
how could they do this?
Public opinion has never been about what's true and what's not. I should have seen it from the beginning. Uter knows me.
Well, guess all we can do is just head back for now.
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte, what are you doing here?
Looking for you, of course. Did you see those fashion tabloids this morning?
You mean that sorry excuse for an article?
You too, huh? Whoever wrote that article must have known the Steambird would never print something so defamatory. Miss Chiori doesn't deserve to suffer all this baseless slander. I was just about to find some people to interview so that I can write an article to refute all those claims. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's...
That's great! With your help, we might be able to...
It's my pleasure. I've met Miss Chiori several times. She was the one who made the hat and tie for my camera, Monsieur Verite. Speaking of Miss Chiori, do you know where she went? Alof told...
She was just here.
If you ask me, I think Chiori Boutique is done for.
I mean, what did they expect? Engaging with criminals behind their customers' backs.
They kept up a solid front, though. I've even bought from them before.
Really? How was it?
The owner was plenty fierce, that's for sure. Makes sense if she regularly deals with criminals, I guess. I've got the chills just thinking about it.
Oh no, Did you hear what all the...
Miss Chiori doesn't often appear in public or give a lot of interviews, so the general public hasn't had... It's also true that her way of dealing with things can be a little...
Oh, this is all Uter's fault! Paimon would pick him up and throw him across... Wait a second. You don't think Chiori might have...
That would only make the situation worse for her.
You've got a point. Let's just return to the boutique.
This is Miss Letitia. She's...
Oh, you were the one who came to collect the wedding dress yesterday, right?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm just here to thank her. Ah, so you've come across that...
Yeah, you probably don't know this. But after I got engaged... My fiancé owns a small business.
It doesn't bring in a lot of mora, but we get by. After he probably noticed how often I talked about Miss Chiori's clothes and how pretty they were.
And then?
And then something happened to the business. And we ran into major mora problems. We were able to scrounge up enough to pay off our debts.
But didn't Chiori say she was able to...
Yes. When I came to cancel the order, she heard me out and then told me not to worry. She assured me that the deposit I paid would be enough for the dress. And that she'd be...
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?
It is good. It's just, after I went home yesterday, I couldn't help but take out the...
Ah, what a shame.
Well, see, that wasn't... He's seen a lot of wedding dresses in his time doing business.
Huh? So...
Yeah. Miss Chihori covered all the costs and held nothing back.
Oh. Miss Letitia, I'd really like to use your story for...
Huh?
I think it'd go a long way. Your real experience is more powerful than all those lies combined.
Hey, Olaf! Has Chiori come back here since we left?
Huh? I thought you were all together.
Well, we were. If she didn't come back here, then do you know of any other places she could have gone?
Oh, I remember now. There's this one cliff by the sea. Miss Chiori would always go there whenever she was upset.
In that case, why don't we split up? I'll continue interviewing Miss Letitia, and you two can go look for Miss Chiori.
All right, sounds good. Let's go.
Did you read the paper today?
So hard to pick the perfect gift.
Did you read the paper today?
There you are, Chiori.
Uh-huh. How did you know?
She did. We were just...
I'm not upset. Want to sit here with me? The view's quite stunning. Sorry about that.
All right, don't mind if we...
Well, how does it feel?
This place is pretty great.
Right? It's quiet and open, and far from the relentless critique from fashion commentators and the media.
Yeah, it's important to take your...
I didn't grow up in a very strict family. My parents would joke that I grew up to be so assertive because they spoiled me as a child. I would get together with the other children to climb trees and explore caves. One time, I even climbed over the walls of the Kamisato estate.
Whoa, Paimon would have never...
But even as rambunctious as I was, when it came to needlework, I was as quiet. It was as if I discovered a whole new world within those vibrant... My parents noticed, and they sent me to study under a famous Inazuman tailor. It wasn't long before I had driven away pretty much every master tailor on the archipelago. You could say I really tried their patience.
You were that misbehaved.
I wasn't misbehaved, exactly. I just often had strange ideas when... On top of that, I hated the idea of groveling and making outfits for every arrogant big shot expecting me to be at their beck and call. Anyway, a few incidents later, I soon found myself without a master. Worse,
No wonder you left Inazuma.
I was angry and frustrated.
So, before I left, I swore to all those masters that my
Well, that's a great dream to strive towards.
After that, I came all the way to the court of Fontaine, a city often referred to as the capital of arts and fashion. I had a lot of fun starting out. Sure, I had a far more naive view of fashion back then. As long as something was pretty, it would become popular, right? A simple concept, surely. Of course, as I spent more and more time in the industry, I learned nothing was ever that simple. Least of all, fashion. Oh, you mean, yeah. She did mention that dream. I'll be honest with you. Who would have thought? Even as I continue to pursue my dream, my work has also become someone else's. Alright, that's enough sightseeing for one day.
Ooh, looks like you've got your game face back.
Back? It was never gone to begin with. I did say I wasn't upset, didn't
Paimon thinks we should look for evidence that ℂℓ wrote that article, and that he hired those Charlotte's already working on an article to address all those nasty rumors, so we can
I don't like duking it out in the press. But if Charlotte's thrown her, I know where ℂℓ's clothing factory is located. It might be a good place.
Sounds good. We'll come with. As for Fashion Week, well...
Huh? When did this become an either-or situation? Find incriminating evidence or...
but your accessories...
Well, it's true that I haven't quite figured out to tell you the truth. Even here in Fontaine, every time thinking about all that, I just... This...
What do
The sea... Come, let's...
Chiori! Chiori, why did you just jump into the sea all of a sudden?
Paimon, what do you think is the most beautiful thing in the sea?
A Lumitwal? Or a pearl, maybe? Oh, coral's pretty, too. Oh, Paimon gets it now! You want to use things like that as the accessories for your designs!
Well, now that you hit the nail on the head, help me grab some, would you?
Leave it to us! Enough, right? Paimon picked all the prettiest ones in this area. Chiori, will these do?
Everything looks great. I've also...
Great! So are we gonna head...
Yes, but don't forget. We've got more than just the design. Okay, we've got the materials for the accessories.
You mean we have to start from scratch? Will there be enough time?
I should be able to
Oh no, skipping out on sleep is not the answer. Wait,
Ganyu?
A friend of ours who does wait. Well, anyway, sleep is important. You're
Well, I can't argue with you there. One thing's for sure, though. All this grit and determination.
What else can we help?
I suppose all there's left to do is tear up.
You got it!
You heard me. Tear them. When I went to that first fashion week, I had no savings to speak of. Just a few dozen yards of fabric and a dream. I had to make something work, so I tore up all the clothes that I brought with me from Inazuma, and I used the scraps to make my entries for the show. I used the larger pieces for the base fabric, and if it worked back then, why not now? We can also repurpose some of the ready-to-use accessories in the shop as well.
But you worked so...
I know. That's why I refuse to let it all go to waste. I'm not going to let them win, even if it takes everything I've ever made and more.
Okay, then...
No need to be nervous. I won't hold it again. Of course, if anyone dared to tear up one of my dresses in front of me on a normal day... Just this once, though. I think I can make an exception. Go ahead and tear them up. Think of it as a good way to vent your emotions. Good job. That should do it.
Chiori, are you alright? Sorry for taking so long. I got caught up and... Whoa. Who did this? Give me their names, since they're all too eager to tear up other people's clothes.
Maybe you should calm down a bit first, cause you see,
What is this, a soap opera? I was the one who asked the traveler to tear up the outfits. We need all the fabric and accessories.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Navia sure is scary when she's angry.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a false accusation. No one's gonna orchestrate some conspiracy to take down one of my friends and get away with it.
You and Chiori are...
Of course! Everyone knows that Chiori makes the most gorgeous outfits in town. All of the Spina di Rosula's formal wear is custom tailored here.
Now, if only you'd give me the contract for your uniforms.
As if you'd enjoy designing something as boring and formulaic as a uniform. That's why I didn't ask you in the first place. Plus, with how much your intel has helped us out in the past, to the Spina, you're...
If I had it my way, it would be the other way around.
Anyway, we both know why I'm here. Tell me.
If it's not too much trouble, can I borrow some skilled hands to help with some simple sewing work? I'll need all the...
Oh, no problem. I've got a few of those guys all ready to go. I just knew you wouldn't be intimidated into withdrawing from this year's show. When are you going to get started? I can help with...
Actually...
Ask away.
Oh, and Traveler and Paimon, could you help me pass word to Linny and Lynette?
I'm done with my interview. Has Miss Chiori made it back yet? Who did this? Give me names. I'll make sure every...
Not this again.
Great, you're both here.
A moment later and you'd have missed us.
We read the article in the papers. She helped design a number of our costumes in the past and even sponsored one of our performances.
Oh, perfect. She was the one who sent us.
In that case, I assume that there's something we can do to help.
Okay, so it's...
Is that all we'll need to do?
Should be a piece of cake for the two of us.
Paimon's glad to hear it. Well then, guess it's about time we go and find some evidence. evidence for all the Chiori said we shouldn't disturb her over the next couple of days. We can check in with...
But the show's in another 2 days, isn't it? Will she...
Well, according to her, she wants to first beat Uter fair and square at the show, and then defeat him in the court of public opinion.
A two-pronged approach?
Courtesy first, confrontation...
Understood. Then we'll have faith in her decision. We'll go make some preparations. See you at the venue.
All right, we're counting on you. Okay, then let's also do as Shiori said and meet up with her at Uter's factory in 2 days. We'll get... Oh, Paimon sure hopes she won't have a hard time making...
Oh, you're here.
Chiori! How are the new outfits
Just a few steps left now. I've handed the rest over to Alof.
Wow, that's cutting it real close.
Don't worry. I have no intention of giving ground on either front. With the fashion show scheduled for tonight, Uter has closed his factory. This is...
Okay, Paimon totally gets that this is all his fault, and he totally...
His factory is usually open to the public. It may not be open for business right now. We're just curious customers after all, aren't we?
Well, when you put it...
Anyway, Uter's factory is right over there. Let's hurry up and get moving.
Why would he open a factory over there?
We have different marketing strategies. While I specialize in high-end custom garments, he prefers low prices and large sales volumes. I don't know. Maybe the rent here is cheap.
All right. Ugh, it's really creepy. Paimon would never choose to buy anything from a place like that.
You make a good point. Let's...
We're in. There really is nobody here.
Welcome, dear visitors.
Oh, Paimon nearly fell out of the air. What is that thing?
A mechanical guide. They usually use a recorded tape to give you a tour of the factory.
Please, follow me, dear guests. First stop on our tour is a look at the gradual evolution of our clothing brand. After that, we welcome you to peruse our most popular styles.
Huh. Uter seems to be doing pretty well for himself, doesn't he? Why would he feel the need to bother you when he could just focus on improving his own brand?
These are the fitting rooms. Please use them at your leisure.
Huh? There seems to be something in this fitting room. Why did the door just close?
Hold on tight, Paimon.
Why is it moving?
It seems to have stopped.
Where did this thing take us?
It seems like we're someplace deeper inside the factory.
Look out! There are guards here!
Yoo-hoo!
Everyone hold in! Billowing surge! Allow me! A flash maneuver! Committed to memory! This place is filthy!
Look over.
Ooh, that water looks super nasty!
And I was the one using.
So he was actually the one who opened an under.
No wonder his clothes always felt weird to the touch. He's been using all manner of tricks.
Should the clothes?
Never mind issues with shrink.
That's terrifying! Let's... This way he won't be able to try and deny anything in court! Doesn't look like there's a path here.
Follow me. Let's go up.
This place seems like some kind of warehouse. Ugh, and it stinks, too. Huh? What's going on? Our way in's been blocked.
Seems like he knew we'd be coming.
You did say he knew you really well, didn't you?
Yes. And that's because...
But you're practically at each other's throats!
When I first came to Fontaine, we were both fledgling designers who longed to gain a foothold in the world of fashion. We shared the same... In the beginning, we both wanted to make clothes that would stand out from the crowd, but with every criticism we received, and every sponsor that rejected us, finally, right before Fashion Week, he came to the conclusion, for my part, I gambled it all and devoted everything I had to that 1 week. I came out the other side with something that really made me proud. I was nervous to present it, of course, but I knew it was my chance to show.
You received the acclaim of all Fontaine while Uter gave up on his dream and turned to making...
I don't know the exact details of what happened after that. All I know is, after I opened...
He's just jealous of what you've accomplished. A guy like that doesn't deserve your sympathy.
Well, let's focus on getting out of here first. Missing the show is as good as letting him win.
There are some control panels over... Oh, that doesn't seem to have done anything.
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Grab the code. Get her!
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
May I...
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
And voila!
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Step right up.
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
Look over there. Seems like there's a way out. Maybe...
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode. 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 Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders entering expulsion mode.
We finally made it out. Why does it feel like the movement patterns of those mechs have changed?
Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure. Warning, warning. Unauthorized intruders initiating shutdown procedure.
entrance, at last.
Oh, those chambers couldn't hold you, I see.
We've collected a bunch of evidence on all the nasty stuff
The evidence on your person, you mean? What?
More mechanical guards? Really?
Oh, but this is...
What? Destroying Chioria Boutique? Or...
Proving that fashion is merely a laughable farce.
You know what you're...
Spare me the lecture, why don't you? Sooner or later, you'll cater to all the voices too, you know. After all, what is...
Fashion is about a spot...
Well, once the people witness their former darling's spectacular fall...
That's what you've been trying to prove all this time? Your jaded understanding of the industry is the reason you've had it out for my brand for... You weren't like this before, ℂℓ. What happened to the man who wanted to make something that would...
He realized long ago how utterly naive...
You gave up on your dream, but that wasn't enough, was it? You think you understand. This whole thing...
Pathetic.
You're right. Maybe all those who pursue... But more pitiful still are cowards who are too afraid to even attempt what the fool...
You...
Yeah, just leave it.
No.
But...
It'll be fine. Just go to the venue and tell everyone I'll deal with him. Some lessons are...
Catch up with us soon?
Trying to leave, are we?
I've held back all this time because of our past partnership, ℂℓ. But all that changed after our tour of your factory.
Still...
No matter what you've been through, no matter why you've become like this. If I may borrow the words of a friend, a guy like you doesn't deserve my sympathy. Allow me to show you the truth. The Chioria brand represents more than a person or a trademark. It's a way of life.
Greetings, friends at Fontaine Fashion Week. Please feast your eyes on the extravaganza that Chioria Boutique has prepared for you today.
Brilliant, dazzling, and wholly unique. And most importantly,
an enduring, never-say-die spirit. That's the true meaning of the Chioria brand. And now, let's welcome the thundering seamstress, Miss Chiori herself!
Did Chiori not...
Lights! Cameras! Over here, please!
Let the show begin!
The world may change, fashion along with it, but Chioria will remain the same. No challenge is too great. Chioria caters to no one. Not even the times. Rather, Chioria will always lead the fashion of our time. Finally, let's not forget. Only those who do not give up on their dreams are worthy of this brand. Well then, I suppose all that's left to say is, Happy Fashion Week, fellow dreamers.
little more to the left.
Like this?
Perfect.
Phew. Oh, that looks great! Miss Chiori,
Of course.
I didn't know you'd make a brand new signboard.
I made it before Fashion Week. I think.
Well, how can you become renowned through all of Teyvat without a fancy signboard of your own?
Now that you mention it, perhaps our magic...
Our signatures are the Grinmalkin cat and the Bogglecat box. Oh, and we need...
Pear would need an alias, of course. How about...
So, does that mean your signboard is going to be...
Ooh, that sounds super and a bit crank. Miss Chiori, I'm done taking pictures. You can expect the article in tomorrow's...
Thank you, Charlotte.
It's my pleasure. Bringing the truth to light is a journalist...
Going forward, feel free to custom order any accessories you need for Monsieur Verite. It's on the house.
Huh?
Of course. The same goes for you too, Linny and Lynette.
What about something other than a costume?
Thank you, Chiori.
Well, I don't really need anything. Just don't be... I don't need anything either. So long... Actually, that reminds me. Huh? About that. The Spina di Rosula has prepared a special vehicle for you, so you can just get in and we'll push it all the way out of Fontaine. What? No, that's so embarrassing.
Ooh, do we get something nice too, Cheats?
Of course. Just hold on a second.
Disrupting public order at the show, appropriating venue lighting equipment without authorization, using weaponry in public, hosting a dangerous performance without notifying...
Shivers!
If you come across anyone who matches those descriptions, please report them to the
Enjoyed that, didn't you?
Says the one who pulled that stunt earlier. How about you do me a favor and tell me in a...
And if I had...
No, but it would have at least spared me a...
Well, I would say I more than made it up to you, have I not? A whole underground workshop in the Fleuve Cendre, and the man responsible all tied up and handed to you on a silver platter. Sounds pretty fun.
All right, I won't argue with you. You can have this one.
Well, friends, I would say we've earned...
I'll have to take a rain check. I've still got a lot of paperwork. Oh, by the way, Chiori, I ran into Vanger on the way here.
I don't need to hear it. I'm sure the old fool used pretty much every apology in the book. I'll just visit him some other day and give him a hard time about everything.
You know him well.
Thanks again, Chevres.
My pleasure. Oh, and one last thing. That was really quite an amazing show.
You don't say.
All right. Follow me if you want.
Traveler, Paimon, could you go wait for me at that place with the view? I'll let Navia know that we'll be a little late.
A place with the view?
Perfect. I'll be right there. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, we didn't wait long at all. But what did you want to give us that you couldn't share?
Here, take this.
Oh, wow! A brooch! And in the style of Chioria Boutique, too! Wait, Paimon gets one as well?
I've only made 2 for now. After much consideration, you've been a great help. Even when... There were even times when I felt like I had to fight back and win. Even if it was just to honor the trust that you had in...
Well, we may have helped a little, but Paimon would say you deserve...
I know for certain that was not the case. I've chased my dream for so long that I've come to Apart from conviction and persistence, a single person can only do so much. Without all your help, Chioria Boutique could have easily fallen to ruin.
Well, Paimon doesn't think it would have ever gotten to that point. Not if you had anything to say about it.
Perhaps my words were a little pretentious, but they do reflect how I truly feel. I'm confident.
Well, guess there's nothing to worry. Should we go back?
Oh, yes, of course. You know, of all the nights I've spent in Fontaine,
That trial is something I rarely bring up in conversation, but I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin. The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
Paimon agrees with everything Risley said. As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials makes an impact on hey!
What I really think is every trial you've ever judged has left its impression on you. And that's what makes you who you are today.
As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself. But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my person. These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself. I will try to contemplate this further. Thank you both.
Oh, huh? It's raining! Oh no, Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella! Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder!
It's raining again? I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
Did you read the news this morning? Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
When is this rain going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
He owes me so many answers.
Neuvillette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur Neuvillette! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Is the matter resolved?
Yep, we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he...
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved of our own accord.
By the way...
At the Palais Marmonia, more than 50 people offered to protect her. Some even hid. I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel uneasy. So I asked her to stay inside the Palais.
What a relief.
Well, now it looks like the dust has finally settled. To celebrate this joyous occasion, Monsieur Neuvillette, would you be interested in an exclusive interview?
That's not how you celebrate!
I will consider it.
Really?
Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I've come up with questions during the intervening days.
Yes!
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head back to the Palais and issue a communique to publicize our investigation results. I hope it will assuage the concerns of all. Kiara? It's quite all right. I'm here to tell...
Thank you, Monsieur. And thank you too, Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
Do you remember Domenico?
Let me think. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now. In my dream, She looked really happy. I can't remember what our dreams were anymore.
I can sense your joy.
Oh, I promised to model for Alof.
Of course.
See you next time, Monsieur, Traveler, and Bigsis Paimon.
See you next time. I once thought that time was of no distance yourself from, but after all this, I've realized the passing of time has its own consequences.
Hey, Dia, you're back. Are these two friends of yours? Likewise. Anyway, since we've got newcomers, they've become extremely aggressive. Apparently, they even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any other mercenary brigade.
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own. But it sounds like they...
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, they sell it off to a different brigade, or turn to merchants on the black market. A portion of their profits is immediately exchanged for more food and weaponry to be used in their next...
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for Mora. A few days ago, Isham and I trailed them for a while, and even disguised ourselves as merchants to conduct trade with them. We were able to learn if, rather than saying they're out to plunder and hoard Mora, it'd probably be more accurate to say that they're...
Wait, a pout?
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other brigades of Desh. If their only goal was Mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a power struggle between the different brigades within the relics. That's the only plausible explanation. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years, as the ℂℓiℏ became more and more active, Deshret's relics as a whole became...
sounds mighty strange to me too. Haroon, you can leave the rest of the investigation. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the few days I was gone. Sounds like you were real...
Nah, it was nothing. We're just as concerned about the situation as you are. The ℂℓiℏ...
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done more dangerous...
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Dakan al-Akmar, I took a look at the last camp they attacked. Any survivors of the attack were already long gone. There was...
Hisham and Khala.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Rebat. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, I'm sensing a spec... Now that we know you'll have a capable partner with you...
Hey, what about Paimon?
Oh, you're...
Of course! Paimon is the traveler's most important guide. Wherever she goes, Paimon will follow.
Oh. In that case...
Don't underestimate...
Don't worry about her. She may look tiny and helpless. Even if she had only survived on sheer luck, then that alone would still make her quite formidable.
I had no idea.
Oh, one other thing, Dia. When you're free, why don't you update the deputy about your upcoming schedule? We held another recruitment event a few days ago, but everyone only came to see the Flame Main. You weren't around at the time, so people were pretty disappointed to only find our crew of rough, unkempt guys. The deputy put a lot of effort into the event, but it was basically for nothing. Only a few people chose to stay, and that really got to him.
Sorry to hear that. I'll be sure to bring him some great liquor next time. I left it...
Gotta admit, I can understand their disappointment, though. Now, if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more smoking hot members.
Keep dreaming. Remember the last time I invited a couple gals into the brigade? You all just froze up with your mouths gaping like a bunch of scared. The awkward silence and weird expressions left quite the impression on them. They were originally interested in joining us, but after that, they both...
Hey, didn't we agree to never bring that...
Huh? Wait, are you serious?
I don't think you were part of the brigade.
Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that.
All right. We can...
Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here and tell me everything right...
Are they... Oh, wait.
More or less. There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. We're used to just speaking our minds. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. And if that doesn't put an end to it, then you just challenge them to a fight. But we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out of your system as soon as things come up is better than keeping everything bottled up, never talking about it. That's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. If I'm angry, then I'll unload on them. It's hard to stop once you get used to it. Though, I can never do that when I'm with the Homayanis. Hey, knuckleheads! Can you at least tell me the rest of the intel before you go back to your bickering?
Yeah, you hear her, Holof? Told you we gotta focus on the investigation first. I drew up a map. Right here is the spot. There you'll find the merchant caravan responsible for getting rid of the Khan al-Ahmar's looted goods. All you gotta do is wait and ambush them in the evening. They'll have no...
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regards to everyone else in the brigade as well.
Will do. You stay safe, Dia.
Travelers and visitors, don't miss out!
This should be the place. Let's find a spot to hide and bide our time. It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another, so...
No need to worry.
I'm not worried about that. What I meant is that we Ah, here they come. Let's not give them a chance to react and end this quickly.
That was enough feeling.
Strike a
Lucky
pose!
today.
Time to shine!
Where do you think you're going?
Ha!
You're... the flame...
Good. That saves me an introduction. All right, time for a little talk.
You know the code of being a mercenary just like everyone else. The first rule is to never divulge key information about our employer. What makes you think I'd talk?
That might have worked on an amateur, but I know you're just looking to protect your reputation. Think about it, though. What's your reputation worth if you won't have the other tools you need to succeed in this line of work? Tools like, I don't know, your limbs or eyes? You've got 5 seconds. You might want to think twice about how much your employer's information is worth to you.
Whoa!
I'm not joking around. We can do this the easy way or the painful way. 2 seconds.
I'll save you the trouble.
Huh? Are you crazy? He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area. I definitely didn't expect him to go that far. Thankfully, the...
But why would he be so...
I just wanted to test his mettle. You can get a lot of... I didn't expect him to be willing to go through so much...
Well, he's out cold for now.
Yeah, don't worry about it. There...
We found a piece of paper with a bunch of names on...
Let me take a look. If this really is a merchant... Yep. I see an entry for Dakana Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and all familiar names. Dakana Lakmar, this caravan is just one... That person will then pack the... Wait, why is there no Mora value recorded? Yeah, every transaction before the last one was marked with an exact amount of Mora. But, perhaps. But they couldn't have known how much they would make off selling the loot. Do they not care about profit margins at all? Anyway, the next part's the records of the goods themselves. There are a lot of entries. Everything... Huh?
What's wrong?
Shazamon Homayani?
Homayani? Could it...
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. Shazamon Homayani is Dunyarzad's father, and the head of the Homayani family. Just what the heck is going on here? I'm sorry, you're right. I'll consider what we found, but what this piece of paper confirms is that the Homayani family has been providing goods to Dakana Lakmar.
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark? And...
That's a possibility, but if that was the case, why is this caravan specifically named Shazamon as their person of contact? They could have just as easily bought goods such as food and medicine directly from Caravan Ribat or Port Ormos. Yeah, funding violence and looting. The brigade gets the goods, and he is paid the proceeds from the sale.
But why would he do something like...
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I've never noticed anything The only potentially large expenditure I could think of would be the treatment cost, but that's still just a speculation. I don't think the master would You're probably right. I know my lady's personality, and she wouldn't deliberately...
But what should we do now? All we found is just another...
If you ask me, we already have no choice. I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. Let's go find my lady again. If we're lucky, we can not only figure out the mystery of this paper...
Dia, are you sure this is the best decision?
I've considered that possibility. But even still, I want to tell her what we found. She showed genuine concern for me when we first brought up the topic. I can't... That's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Junior's...
Yeah. Let's pay another... back, my lady.
Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected.
Actually, we're still investigating.
I see. The clue...
Something like that. Yeah.
You all look a little dispirited. Whatever you found must not have been very encouraging after all. Why don't you discuss it with me? Maybe I'll be able to say something to cheer you up?
It's okay, my lady. It's not so much about me being upset with my father or anything like that. How should I put this?
So something is wrong. Even the Traveler and Paimon have been uncharacteristic. On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me. So tell me.
My lady, please prepare...
The Master. Okay, I understand. My father has been
Yeah, it makes as little sense to us as it does to you. I've never doubted the Master's integrity. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story and just stumbled into the...
I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you...
Thank you for sharing all this information. Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you about some doubt. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me so that I wouldn't run away and get lost. However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30. Why did my father go out of his way to hire Dia?
About that. Well, the Homayanis really needed bodyguards, so they reached out to the Blazing Beasts. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick around to become one of his bodyguards. He offered me a pile of moras.
Well, but that didn't really answer my question.
Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or I think I get what you're saying. You think...
Precisely. At first glance, nothing seems strange or out of place. But there are many parts of the story that... If my father had always been in contact with the Khan al-Akmar, then it would make sense.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your body?
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties with...
But that still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father has still been trying to...
So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim?
Sorry we put all this on you so...
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually... Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries...
But is that really the right... My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. I have zero sympathy for him. However, the Homayani family has treated me with no... If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homayani family.
Dia.
It's alright, Dia. If anyone were to ask, you could always just say that...
You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not
Hey! It's still too early to give up hope! What was the thing about friendship? Right, yeah, trust! You said besides! There's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts!
Thank you, everyone. In which case, my lady...
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to give us a lot...
Usual?
Thank you for coming, sir. Please allow me to introduce these two.
Yes, my daughter but we may skip all the pleasant...
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record...
So, that's what you found?
If you wouldn't mind, we'd...
Well, it's a long and difficult... What I do know, though, dear, is that the truth will bring...
Wait.
Yes. I understand perfectly why you came to see me, and I am touched by your but knowledge always comes at a price. Your father, Kusela, and I both... Of course, you have the right to seek, and the facts of this matter may reduce everything you... If you must proceed, then Kusela's heartfelt efforts will also fade into the wind like...
His heartfelt efforts. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the... I came here today to support you as the head of the Homiyani family. No warning will change my stance.
I understand. Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyarzad was just a baby. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. When all seemed... Those Eremites were Kusela's brigade. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Eremite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was shocked. Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyarzad. She was startled.
Really?
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he was a devoted father. To repay his kindness, I hired his brigade to help out at our estate for a time, and...
So, that's what happened.
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize the man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced to...
So, what happened to him?
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his... He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would... At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar. There was no need for... But he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, I was completely lost at first, until he recommended...
So he was the one who recommended Dia
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member in their ranks. He was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter from the vicious... If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually her affinity for the desert would decrease, and she'd be...
And that's why you offered her such...
Yes, but not just because of that. From the moment that he asked me for that favor. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to... Kusela saved my daughter and me all those years ago in the desert. I can...
He was always like that. Acting...
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees. Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went on for a while. The letter contained a request to help him...
Wait! Isn't that around the time that ℂℓiℏ started becoming...
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became... But by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, it's probably because he doesn't want... That thought occurred to me as well. I figured after some deliberation, I decided to send him some food. And I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but I could not. In the end, it probably was the wrong decision. I plugged my ears to the rumors and just chose a solution that made me feel...
If you can, please tell me where he is. None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting... If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe...
Oh no, Dia...
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions. Another way? I don't know. I knew him, and he was nothing more than a childish brute. But I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole...
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything between the two of you would need to be resolved between you and him alone. I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, however, he's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Dakan al-Ahmar's merchant caravan. I think he should know Kusela's whereabouts. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find him there.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Then I guess this is bye for now, unless...
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed and haven't finished processing everything quite yet. My father has indeed done something wrong, but if I think about it, I'm also not sure if there was a right way to handle. I feel like our only course of action is to turn everything we know over to the Core of 30 and let them render judgment.
Yes, I am prepared to accept whatever verdict they choose. It's time to face.
Huh?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons.
Shh! Keep your voice down. How do you come with me? We should take this elsewhere. This place should do. All right. Back to my question. How did you all know about me?
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of...
Wait. There's no need to jump the gun. Let's talk this out.
So what's in it for you anyway?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time. I weighed it in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down. I wouldn't only be helping my benefactor, but I could also make some quick mora.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating ℂℓiℏ°, and we're gonna... If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a good word later to reduce the terms of your punishment.
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen, I made quite a bit of more from my last run. You just give me a...
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something other than money.
All right, sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you, though, it's not on me if they're not there anymore.
Sure. And then you can forget about it.
Hey, come on. No.
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't...
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're not there anymore...
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and have them drag you back to the...
What a wild and desolate sight. Allow me to grant you the blessing of water. Huh? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you. Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? an extra slice of joy. Being too popular can be such a hassle.
Seems like we're in luck. That should be their camp, right? Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves. I'm here to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here. Look alive!
Tia, why are you here?
Allow me.
Now disappear!
Let's get it on! Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Hold the line.
Step right up. A round of applause.
She's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. Did you understand a single word I just...
All right, everyone, let's all just... Dia, he died.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the...
When did he die? What happened?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up ℂℓiℏ and went to the Deshret's relics head.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's relics must pay in blood for what they did.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another tool at their disposal. They called it a person's record. Regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced, every person in Deshret's relics were forced to leave a record of themselves at headquarters. Whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit, the records served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for... That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, but you, Dia. You were never...
I never even...
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's relics who didn't know.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly. But in the end, he was just an ordinary. He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it...
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk with...
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight.
Even the blazing...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the deck.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al... His words made no sense to me. But that night, we heard...
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who...
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took...
From that point on, the sole purpose of the Khan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that Boss started was quite a blow to headquarters' strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our... Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end. There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. But we won't let any of them escape our wrath. They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies, from food and medicine to weaponry and explosives. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were willing to come to our aid. We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible... Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and...
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about... We used to always laugh at him for it. As for me, I never considered... But... Maybe we were all just acting along... I'm sorry, Dia.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
Yeah, Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through to the end.
Thank you. We'll be a lot stronger together with you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants, but the fact is...
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
Want to test my hammer?
Here comes the finale. Now disappear. Oh.
That jingle? Try. Picked the wrong test subject. Try.
Allow me.
Step right up. And now I'll make it all disappear. Just kidding. I wonder if this chest is some kind of trick. I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death.
Conquering demons is what I do. Boring. There's quality here. Useless. Boring. Boring.
I see everything. Doris, bring refuge! Hold the line.
Now disappear! A round of applause! Disappear! Worthless! Here!
Trust me, leave it.
Why would anyone want... Forget it. It's not my...
Useless! right up. Guess this'll go into my magic pocket.
Lamb to the slaughter.
And voila!
Where do you think you're going?
Grow, grow, grow!
A round of applause!
You want this one?
Step right up.
Law of the jungle.
I wonder if this chest is some kind of trick. Hip. This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you? I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Rest and rebuild!
Here comes the finale. Now disappear. Guess this'll go into my magic pocket.
This the entrance? We sure didn't run into much trouble on the way here. Wow. Paimon...
They should all be holed up.
Who cares?
Still, we should be careful. Even if they...
Yeah, We'll know with their Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before.
Yeah, they...
Look alive! Right!
And voila!
Everyone hold hands.
Step right up.
Hold the line. Commit it to memory. Roll.
And wow!
I'll be back.
This way, follow me. We're almost there.
Wait! They went charging ahead without checking for any
Hey, you guys okay?
It seems like we just got...
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this...
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Let's go! We can't let the
Let's check if there's another way! The sooner we can make it...
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked.
Okay, let's go! Allow me! Let's play pretty a little.
Now disappear! This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you? So long as the audience thinks that seeing is believing, there's no limit to the number of tricks I can pull off. I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure.
Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
dead meat!
Committed to memory. This may turn rough and rebuild.
Step right up.
Look alive! Ha!
Allow me.
Now disappear.
Let's get it on!
Lament! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here!
Grow, grow, grow. Rough and rebuild.
Step right up. Let's get this show on the road. For it. Now disappear. Huh. Phew.
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side. But as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our folks defying all expectations.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times already. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, all that awaits me now are endless days of humiliation and ruin. Even now, my brothers and I still believe in one thing. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory?
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the true power King Deshret bestowed upon his followers. They are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave 1, charge! Eliminate them!
Following orders.
I see everything.
Useless.
Committed to memory. Allow me.
Step right up.
How heartless.
I'll be back.
Now disappear.
Don't think that you've won. You're just getting started.
I see everything.
Boring. And voila! Let's get it on! Hi!
This place hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
You asked for it.
We'll meet again.
Buckle up. Ha! Ta! Ha! Ha!
King Deshret will not abandon any one of his followers.
Everyone hold hands.
Stay calm. A round of applause.
You're testing my patience.
Regret.
Now disappear.
Brothers!
Target set.
This is where we prove our faith.
You all just want to die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive!
Summoners of the deep.
Embrace the storm!
Lord of Sand, your
No,
sacrifice is ready.
Committed to memory.
Where do you think you're going?
Allow me.
And voila! Here comes the finale.
Kept alive! You're dead meat!
Goodbye. But we'll meet
The golden slumber.
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us. This place is like a gladiator's ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat.
Yes, keep fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down! This is our last stand!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks. I'm going to see if I can take out...
Get out of my way!
Come and face me, Michel! So they've broken...
Apologies, Lord Michel. They fight like absolute madmen! No matter how much we throw at them, they just...
So...
Time to pay for everything.
You think I would give you that? I will be buried in the sand, alongside all the...
Hey, wait!
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, Dia! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Let's go. Useless.
Who are you filthy rats? And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics, and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead. How are we supposed to figure out what you're after? Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela? Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance to...
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves? Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
The irony. His life became a light for so many, yet to others, it wasn't even worth remembering. Where's the records room? Answer me!
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want. It's not like any of them still matter anyway.
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean the one that got Kusela? Ah, watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about. He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling in. But in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he'd already gotten away and started a fire in the records room. He couldn't have possibly outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics fell into complete disarray.
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly aware of what he had done. Tell me, where is the old records room?
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much to you. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive that kind of inferno. Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard these guys. Spare them no mercy.
Boring! Huh. So, this was his final destination. How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp, and if he was nimble enough to do that, then he must... I'm sorry. I know it's just wish...
Is this a cane?
Kusela.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more.
But what else could survive a fire like that?
Huh?
Wait! Isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more. The Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it. I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more, Dad. What's this?
Don't you remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with loads of money. And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon's gonna treat you to a special crash course on... Hey, come on! Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. Yup, Dunyarzad will also be here shortly.
Aw, thanks, you two. My chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotion, but when everything came to an end, it was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me. Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing in Idrisi and My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such lengths to find out the truth. And we're hypocrites. All of us. Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our
You're back! Are all of you alright?
Ah, there she is!
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. All I can do... Huh?
Paimon will explain. Oh?
I'm sorry. I really should have...
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be...
Dia, your pain must be even worse. You shouldn't need to comfort me.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, this whole thing has finally shown me the difference between illusion and reality. My father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as that thought has even crossed my mind a few times. However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused, but now that I consider it again, it all makes sense.
I understand how
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking on some small odd jobs. It's just like Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of... Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating? What?
Right. You said you wanted to get a run.
We'll come along too.
I can't thank you enough for taking...
Boring!
Oh, this rug here is quite...
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit... Wait, are you...
What are you talking about? Do I look like... Once I woke up, I hurried to the ℂℓiℏ camp, hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were...
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves in to the authorities. Even that last camp was not going to last for much longer. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela. Now that everyone's already turned themselves in, one of the injured members gave this box to me. Everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured...
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left behind.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any Mora was spend it on things like drinks and meat. But let's see... What's this? It's just a bunch of junk.
Perhaps it's just...
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellowed, and it looks like it was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could...
That probably means this was really...
And here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated.
Did he get those for...
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. He'd always... Who even leaves snacks in a box like this? Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wool scarf, which, from the looks of it, probably belonged to a woman, and a hair clip? I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of personal trash heap, and 2 empty liquor bottles. Tell me, you guys, are these the kinds of things that a normal person would leave behind?
Huh? There's some...
Oh, you're... All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just folded it up and left it in the bottle, though. If I end up forgetting about it, it won't really matter. To Dia. It's a letter for me? It's all right. I'll just read it out. If you went to the trouble of...
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose you were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or... But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably the guy's fault.
Can you believe this guy?
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up finding out the truth. The reason being that...
Wait, what?
Surely,
I don't...
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some so-called... Really felt like the whole world was under my feet, with just a teeny tiny bit of... But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day, and discovered a baby in the sands. You were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little while longer, But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it,
sounds like...
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I was their most esteemed leader after all. It's not like I did just... Anyway, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
That's... In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child. I suppose, or I would have suffocated under the sand alone.
he was a good father to you. The fact...
Yeah, it's just a pity.
Do you already have some ideas?
I do. If he first found me alone, I just have one wish. That there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventure.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
I'll help too.
Thank you. My life has certainly had its twist, because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible...
Useless. Hold the line!
right up.
This is order.
Now disappear.
Every journey has its final day.
So long as the
Don't
audience
rush.
thinks. Ha!
Stabilize.
Let's get this show on the road. Step right up.
We'll have order.
And voila! A round of applause.
Ha! Ha! Boom boom!
Ah! Yeah! Step right up. Ah! Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
This is order.
A round of applause.
Inadmissible evidence!
Stabilize.
Step right up.
Boom boom! Rest and revamp!
And voila!
Order
Here comes
guide.
the finale.
Incinerate! For your arraignment!
Step right up.
Allow me!
Now disappear! Here comes the finale!
Crumble!
Hold the line!
And voila!
This is order.
Let's get this show on the road!
Incinerate!
Step right up!
I will have order.
And voila! right up. This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
Rebuild!
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Yai Publishing House has released numerous works that lay out military strategy in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my favorite.
Every journey has its final day.
Marching in the rain conceals the sound of our arrival, but is also a test of stamina.
Now disappear! Let's get this Show on the road! Step right up! Now disappear!
Hold the line!
Step right up! A round of applause!
Let's move out. Allow me!
Now disappear! Step right up! I wonder what my dear sister Lynette is doing right now. Missing me to death, I'm sure.